we go.
Okay.
Wait, yes, it is right.
Okay. I'm Bonnie Longfellow. I was born in January 18th, 1933. My parents were Etta and Wilfred Phinney. They were born in 1902 and 1906, respectively. What else was I supposed to say?
No, that was it.
Oh, okay.
And you were born on the farm?
I was born, well, not on the farm. I was born in the Heron Hospital.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think maybe, was Miriam born on the farm? I'm not sure.
She might have been.
Yeah, I know Joyce and I were both born in Heron in the hospital.
Sorry, I better check to make sure this is recording right.
Okay.
You don't have to start over.
Okay, so what else are we going to talk about? I grew up on a farm 7 miles north of Heron Lake, where Donna Hanson lives right now.
How large of a farm?
Half a section, right? 320 acres. Yeah. And let's see, Miriam was quite a bit older than me, and then Joyce and I were close together. We were just 18 months apart, and then Will was 8 years younger. Yeah.
So there's 16 years between you and Miriam?
Yeah.
How many brothers and sisters did you have?
I had 2 sisters and 1 brother. Miriam and Joyce and my brother Will.
Huh. Yeah. What kind of stuff did you do as a kid?
Well, Joyce and I didn't ever help out on the farm at all, but we helped Mother inside. We helped with cooking and cleaning and washing clothes and all that kind of stuff, but we never drove tractor or any of that good stuff like some of the farm kids did. I guess Dad didn't consider girls were supposed to be out there doing that kind of stuff. Because Mother didn't do any of that stuff, any outside stuff either, other than gardening. But I mean, she didn't do any farm type stuff. Yeah.
You must have kept pretty busy. What kind of stuff did you do with your mom?
Well, just the things I just said, really, is about all. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We didn't really do a lot of things entertainment-wise. We'd go to town on Saturday nights and go to the show for 12 cents. Go grocery shopping, and the parents would go grocery shopping, and Dad would go up to the filling station and talk with his buddies.
The show, is that a movie by then, or is that play?
A movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the Heron Theater?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah.
Almost always a double feature. Really?
Yeah.
Like westerns?
Yeah.
Were the westerns popular then? Yeah.
I was a big Roy Rogers fan.
Roy Rogers.
And Gene Autry and Hopple and Cassidy, but especially Roy Rogers. I liked him.
Oh, was that before John Wayne? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I don't know what other stuff we really did for fun. Not really. Well, we'd get together on weekends, and like on Sunday especially, and go over to Grandma's or Aunt Helen's, and then all the cousins would be there. And we'd play cards, and Annie over, and we had a lot of fun. Yeah.
That's at the Ray Farm where Helen and Rolly lived?
And then Grandma and Grandpa were in the little house, Well, originally Grandma and Grandpa were in the big house where Helen and Rolly lived. Okay. But then when Helen and Rolly got married, then they must have built that other house, that little house, right?
Either build it or move it in.
Yeah. So anyway, so then Grandma and Grandpa Smith moved into the little house, and Helen and Rolly lived in the big house.
Oh. Now the little house, the one just down the road at 85th? Or?
Yeah, the one right across from the farm where we lived.
All right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Oh, didn't you?
I didn't know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and so sometimes we'd separate, us older cousins would go up to the big house, and we'd keep the younger cousins away from us.
Were you smoking up there or something?
No, we just didn't want them around.
Oh, that's funny.
And then everybody always fixed really good food. Grandma always had really good food. We'd always have a great big lunch in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I guess that's really, that's what we did weekends, and entertainment-wise, that's about it, I think. I can't really think of any other fun stuff we did. Can you think of anything else?
Not really.
Yeah?
Dad took his fishing trips
Yeah.
once in the spring with his buddies, and then once in the fall with Mom and John and Lena Carney, I think it is.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
But not the kids?
No,
Nope.
I went up once.
Yep.
And I don't know if you ever did go up.
Not as a kid. I know after I was married, we took some trips together,
Yeah,
you
I
know.
went to Alexandria,
Mhm.
because I went and I met you there on a bus trip one time. I took the bus, everybody was already up there.
Oh, yeah.
In school.
But we used to go fishing in the river and catch bullheads, yeah.
Just down at the Des Moines?
Mm-hmm. In Spring Lake, you know, that lake between Heron Lake and Wyndham, we'd go fishing there. Yeah, I think so.
Go ahead.
Okay, so where were we? We were
It's
doing...
not going. There's no red light.
Oh, yeah. Oops. What? Yeah, it is.
Just that little red light? I thought there was more of a light last time.
Yeah, it's gone. It's really light, right? Light.
Okay.
So somebody asked me a question. I can't think of anything to say.
I was going to ask you, did you guys listen to the radio?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
The day before, that's before TV is invented.
Yeah, actually, we did have a TV as when I got older, but to start with, yeah, we used to watch programs like Ma Perkins and, what was the name of that other one? My Gal Sunday.
The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, yeah, yeah.
Lone Ranger.
Lux Theater, yeah, The Lone Ranger, yeah, those were some of the programs we listened to on the radio. We usually had the radio on at noon when Dad would come in to eat while we'd listen to the news, the farm news, and then these other programs would come on after that. But, yeah.
You guys would all sit around the radio like people sit around the television now?
And no, not really. We were just usually just sitting around the table after we ate, I think. Yeah.
I think everybody had their station too that they like, or a program they like to listen to. So
Yeah.
quite often nobody else was listening to the Lone Ranger when I was, but and I don't know if I ever really listened to the the other programs that much.
Yeah. Well, let's pretend. Well, we always used to listen to that. That came on Saturday mornings at 10 o'clock. It kind of like the kids watching cartoons these days, and it was fantasy type program.
I know
Geared up the
something
kids. Yeah.
Justin has never heard. That's a party line on the telephone.
Oh,
I heard that yesterday.
Oh, did you?
From
Yeah.
Grandpa?
Yeah, from Grandma, actually.
Oh,
I think there was, 4 or 5 people there.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And Grandma and Aunt Helen were 2 of the people on our line, so we developed kind of a code when we were talking about boys that we liked or something like that. Because I remember I had a crush on Frank Hinkles, who is actually the son of Lorene, who lives next door. This was like, in junior high school probably. So when I would talk to my girlfriend, his name is Frank, but I called him Silk for some reason.
Silk?
Yeah. Silk, yeah. And we were never even girlfriend or boyfriend, but I just liked him. Yeah.
That was party lines, yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing was sacred.
No, and everybody listened in on everybody else,
Yeah.
especially, because you could identify who it was for by how many rings it rang.
Mm-hmm.
And so then if Grandma heard our ring, well, of course she'd be there, and so it's probably Helen would be too, listening to what was going on. Yeah. So that was pretty funny. Then in later years we did have a TV.
I didn't think you had a TV until you had actually moved out of the house.
Oh, well, maybe I'm thinking of it when Joyce and I were living there after.
Yeah.
I'm thinking so, because I kind of remember back, and it always ticked me off that we were about the last people in the area that got television.
Oh, is that right? Oh,
Much.
oh, okay.
And I'm thinking it was 51 or 52.
Oh, okay. So then it probably was after Joyce and I were living there when Bob and Doug were in Korea.
Funny.
So, anyway, let's see. What else can I
What
tell
kind
you?
of weird technology things were different? Did you guys have refrigerators back then?
We started out with ice boxes. I can remember having an ice box, yeah. But then, yeah, I can remember the day that we got electricity because I came home from, that was when I was going to country school.
Yeah.
And I came home, I think I've told you this story.
Yeah.
We had a hired girl named Beulah. She was fat and she wasn't very nice. And I came home and I was so excited because we had electricity, so I was going all over the house turning on the lights. And she got so mad at me, she slapped me. And yeah, because I wouldn't stop, I suppose, you know how kids are. But I always remember that because I thought that wasn't a very nice thing to do.
No, I don't think so.
She'd probably get put in jail today.
Yeah. Got fired her.
Yeah.
So you had just gotten electricity at that point?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
And
you went quite a long time without it?
uh-huh. Yeah, we used to have the outhouse and back, outside toilet.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
So how old were you when you first got electricity?
well, you know, I was going to country school, I think. Do you remember what year it
I
was?
think I always had electricity that I can remember.
Oh, is that right? So it would have been sometime between the 1st and the 5th grade, and I would guess it was towards the end of that period.
Wow.
Yeah.
So when you're about 10-ish.
Probably, yeah.
So right around 42 then.
And that was on a centralized grid. You weren't getting it from a wooden mill, were you?
Oh, no, no. It was, REA or some company that came in and hooked everybody up. Yeah.
So did they have to wire the house for lights? Did you have lights already or something else?
I don't know.
Other...
I suppose you had to wire for lights. Well, you'd have
I
to.
would guess you use lamps.
No, but I mean, yeah, I know, but after we got electricity.
Well, they would have had to wire it. 'Cause
Yeah.
The house wouldn't. In town here, they had gas lamps, but not out in the farm. I'm sure they didn't have gas lamps.
So there was no electricity at all? And...
No. See, like in that house I got here in town, it was actually, there's gas lines through the attic that would operate the lamps.
Really? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, what did you guys do instead of lights? Did you just have kerosene lamps?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was dangerous.
Well, I don't know. We survived.
I don't think, for one thing, people didn't stay up like we do now. I mean, we were in bed by 8, 9 o'clock, probably earlier than that when when they didn't have electricity, probably even earlier than that. As soon as it got dark, you went to bed.
In the wintertime. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think we used kerosene lights.
Well, some, but I still think it was much more likely that we went to bed a lot earlier than the kids nowadays.
I don't know how we could have ever read or anything at night. I don't suppose we did. I can't remember reading a book at night like I'm in the habit of doing now.
Yeah.
Before I go to sleep, yeah.
Sounds pretty boring, huh?
Yeah.
Well, this is going to go on a computer and be after that, so yeah, it's a lot different.
Yeah. So Arnie and Ella probably didn't have electricity when they were kids either, did they?
I didn't ask him that.
Oh, didn't you?
No. I'm sure Arnie didn't. I'm trying to think of where Ella grew up. She grew up in town.
In California, didn't she?
Well, and North Dakota.
Oh, yeah.
North Dakota first.
Do you remember when we got the bathroom?
When you got the bathroom.
Yeah, the indoor bath. I guess I don't remember that so much as I do I remember the electricity part because I was so excited.
Because I have no idea when we got it. I can kind of remember back that going outside in January to go to the bathroom was not a fun experience.
No.
And during the summertime, fighting off the bees wasn't a fun experience either. The bees liked outhouses.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. And it was scary, too, going out when it was dark.
Oh, yeah. No yard light, I suppose.
No, I guess not. Yeah.
If you didn't
A flashlight, I suppose we had
before we
flashlights.
had the electricity, but
Yeah, well, that's
even that, the yard light was a ways away from where the outhouse was, because that was behind the garage.
Okay.
Wow.
Yard light was more over towards the barn, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was towards the center of the yard, I think. I can't remember now where it was, to tell the truth.
Yeah. I don't remember either. So. Okay, that's enough for childhood.
All right.
Okay,
Oh, we should go over your heritage before we move on past your hair.
Oh, okay. Well, I just kind of found out about that when your mom called me about
We're
it.
Finnish. I mean, we're Irish. Did you know that, Will? Did you know we're Irish?
Hey, stop putting false information.
No.
We're Irish for 6 hours.
Yeah, no, that was false information. We're not Irish.
I was drunk the whole time.
Phinney originates from England, and my grandma Phinney, her last name is Wiltsey, and they originated from the French Huguenots in France. So she was French, and Grandpa was English.
Oh, okay.
And that's on the Phinney side, and then on the Smith side, it's German. Is all I know.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So.
Well, that sure breaks up my heritage. I know a whole lot of things now.
Yeah.
I just thought you were English.
Oh, yeah. No.
We're Irish.
No.
We're our heritage, and we're sticking with it. A little whiskey in there, Will?
I went this long time.
I'll drink your share.
Okay, that's probably good then.
Okay.
So, do you know any further back by that, by chance?
For heritage means? No, I don't.
Do you know which relatives came over on the boats? Oh, that's good.
Now, Lois said that the Finneys came over from England in 1600s to Plymouth.
Wow.
Yeah, so...
That'd be a lot of generations
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
Wow.
That was the information I got from Lois when I called her, because Paul, her grandson, had done a lot of genealogy on the Phinney side.
I think I remember George Hay telling us that Grandma and Grandpa Phinney came from Wisconsin but to Iowa by Conestoga wagon. I have no idea what year.
Okay, because, Lois did say that they first went to Wisconsin and then to Iowa. But I didn't know about
I'm sure George told me that.
Oh, yeah.
He was the only guy that really remembered.
Well, that's probably what I remember then, because I was thinking they came from, like, New York all the way across the plains to Iowa, on a wagon. What do you call this?
Now I can't.
Like a covered wagon.
Yeah, like a covered wagon, yes.
They must have at some point, because there probably was no rail back.
Well, no,
They might have been able to
wouldn't
come
have
into
been.
Wisconsin on the Great Lakes. They might have come in by boat. But the odds are they came across whenever they did.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just remember George saying that he, for some reason, knew that they had come from Wisconsin to Iowa by wagon.
And that's probably what I remember then, because I knew there was something about a wagon, and I just couldn't remember just what it was. Yeah. Okay.
Interesting. Interesting to see that heritage back to Plymouth Rock. Wow.
Yeah.
1600. I didn't think it went back that far. I think Arnie's grandparents were the ones that came over from Germany.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh, is that right?
So that's not that many generations.
Oh,
back. You're
no.
talking 1600.
Yeah.
How many?
Yeah, we could probably be daughters of the Revolution or something, or whatever
Well, if they
that.
were in the 1600s, there probably were some
Yeah.
relatives long past that
In the
were either on one side or the other of the Civil War.
Yeah.
In the Revolutionary War.
Revolutionary War, yeah.
Did we move up here right away, or are we on the right side of the war?
Right side?
I don't know, but
I'm sure
I
they
don't
were.
know. Yeah,
I hope so.
I would hope so too.
Oh, you're talking about the Civil War, because
Yeah.
I threw that in. I should have said Revolutionary War.
Well, actually,
But you'd want to be on the right side for that one too.
Yeah, that's true. But that's not necessarily that they were. If they were English, they may have been told.
Well, I know. I know. We don't know. Yeah.
People even fought for the other side.
Yeah, that's...
They don't teach you that in case.
No, not but it was. There was, not a real large percentage, but there were, as any type of groups, they get that way.
Mm-hmm. Yep, loyal to the home country. Interesting.
Okay, so then we'll move on.
Moving forward from the 16th century.
Okay.
In the 17th century, what happened then?
I don't know. We're moving on to when I went.
When you moved up?
When I went. No, I was going to talk about when I went from country school to town school.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, because that was a very difficult transition. I think I must have been way behind, because I remember just feeling overwhelmed when I went to town school.
But now you lived in town, right?
No.
Oh, you didn't? You
No.
commuted?
No, we took a bus.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Yeah, no, we always lived on the farm until I was gone.
Did you move to town?
Didn't Marion move to town for some of the school?
And lived with one of your aunts?
Yeah, and
She
yeah.
was Storage.
Mm-hmm.
I thought she was Storage.
No, and yeah.
Okay.
Well, at least that's where she lived when she worked at the bank. She probably, I don't remember that, but she probably did when she was in high school. It's probably before they had the buses, because she was quite a bit older, like I said, than us. But when Joyce and I started school in town, we went on the bus.
You did? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And into Heron Lake?
Into Heron Lake, yeah.
Was it a long bus drive? Because we lived out in that area too, and it was about...
Yeah, it's about an hour, I think,
yeah.
7, got on around 7:10 or something like that, yeah.
We weren't very lucky because we were the first ones on, the last ones off.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because we were a long ways out, yeah.
Well, yeah, pretty much, but they never reversed it. We were always the first ones on, the last ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they reversed it like one day a year for us. Just
Did they?
Yeah, kind of show you where the other people live. Yeah, we were pretty much the same thing because we were only about a mile down the road, like, well, 2 miles.
Yeah, not too
I
much
don't think they
difference.
changed the route in 50 years.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we were probably just as far out, really.
Oh, yeah.
At where we
Oh, we were probably even a little bit further because
Yeah.
we were even a little bit less.
That's right, because you had to go down 62, yeah.
So you switched schools because the old one shut down, right? The country school?
Yeah, and I don't exactly remember how that came about. I think it was just a gradual process where all the country schools shut down and everybody went to town. And I don't know if it was for financial reasons or, I don't know why it happened. I just know it happened.
Maybe transportation was available though.
Well, that's probably what it was too.
What was the country school even like?
Well, it's just one room, and there's a big pot-belly stove to keep warm with in the wintertime, and then there was a hallway where you brought your lunches and hung up your coats and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, yeah, and then
One teacher.
One teacher for all 8 grades. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So K through 8? Was there kindergarten?
No kindergarten.
One through 8.
Yeah, I don't think there was kindergarten in town either.
There wasn't kindergarten when I was in school.
Yeah, it was something that came along later.
How could she teach all different grades at once? She couldn't really lecture then, could she?
Yeah, but and then the big kids helped with the little kids too. But she'd teach one class, and then that class would do their homework, whatever, and then she'd teach the next class, and so on, like that. And then, like I said, the big kids would help the little kids with their homework or whatever you call it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Wasn't there assignments to keep the wood in the stove too? Like the older boys had to do that?
Probably. I don't remember that part. Yeah.
I just thought I'd heard that.
Oh, yeah.
It was part of, keeping it warm in the wintertime.
Yeah. I remember the one Christmas present I remember is when I got skis, because we used to go skiing out behind the country school, which seemed just huge at the time and really, really scary. And now when I drive by there, when we go to Donna, I mean, it's just barely, I mean, it's not hardly even a hill.
Barely enough watershed.
It's really funny how your perspective changes when you get older. Yeah.
Funny.
But I do remember I can still see the skis sitting up against the chimney, kind of like that, out on the farm on Christmas morning. I was so thrilled to get those, yeah.
Wooden skis?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Yeah, that was before fiberglass.
Yeah.
It's still a good image.
Yeah. I was going to ask you something else about the school. Teacher.
Was that the same school that Dad went to?
What? No, your dad never went to country school.
No, I mean the second one you moved to, the one in town?
Oh, yeah, it was the same school. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The teacher still knew my mom. Actually, I think there was, not Mrs. Johnson.
Yeah, she was one of my teachers.
She was?
Mm-hmm.
She was whacked out.
She used to live right next door, That's who Lorraine bought their house from.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nice lady, just a little bit off her rocker.
Well, I wouldn't say she was off her rocker, but she's very set in her ways. She was a good teacher, though.
Yeah, she was. Honestly.
Yeah.
You just kind of get that feeling that she missed the capital punishment.
Shut up!
have the ruler out. She did that in 6th grade.
Did you
I'm
really?
going to get the ruler out. Tease us.
She was strict though, right?
She was very strict.
Yeah.
And she always had like 4 outfits in the same jewelry and the very same perfume.
Yeah.
And then one Christmas, I had my appendix out, and I had to share a room with her in the hospital.
Oh, you did? Oh, for heaven's
She wouldn't
sake.
let me play my phonograph.
Which was your Christmas
This
present?
was my Christmas.
Oh, is that right?
I had to go in the hallway.
That wasn't very nice.
Oh, funny. Okay, now I was going to ask you about the schoolhouse.
Okay, I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
I asked you a question. How big was it?
How many students you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder. Not a lot, I suppose.
I see you had
20,
these-
25 kids.
Oh, that many?
In the whole school?
Yeah,
Oh, wow. How many teachers were there then?
just one.
Just one?
Well,
Oh, you're talking 2 different schools.
Oh, yeah, are you talking about country school or
Yeah, I'm
town?
talking about the new one. The
Oh,
past that.
then those classes were probably about the same size as what your classes were.
Yeah.
What, 25, 30?
Well, we had just, our classes were the grade. I mean, everybody in your grade was in your class.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we had, usually right around 30.
Yeah, and that's about what we had too. Yeah.
You had a different teacher for each subject, or you had a different teacher?
Different teachers
grade?
for each subject, and then a homeroom teacher.
Yeah.
And I think that probably was the same for you.
Yeah,
wasn't
we
it?
had,
Yeah.
some teachers taught a couple things. So
Yeah.
you might have the same teacher for 2 subjects, but not very
How
often.
many teachers did you have in school?
Math were usually the same teacher.
Right. Yeah,
makes
yeah,
sense.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
That'd be the one,
So how many teachers would there be in the school then?
8, maybe 50.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe
Well,
50.
yeah, because they had more than, there was 4 grades.
50 teachers?
15.
I
Not-
said
not-
50.
Oh, you said 50?
Well, I guess maybe if you go back to the grade school and the high school.
I
Yeah.
was thinking just high school.
No,
Yeah.
no.
I don't think there's more than 15.
And then we had the Catholic school at that time too, so the classes were smaller until high school, because then in high school, the Catholic school kids would come over to the public school. But up until that time, they were over in the Catholic school from 1 through 8, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
What grade were you when you transitioned?
I was in 5th grade.
But normally it would have been 9th grade, but they shut the country school down, right?
Would have been, no.
I thought you said the country school went 1 through 8.
Yeah, and I went through the 4th grade in country school, and then 5th grade in town.
Right, because they shut the country school down?
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Huh. I know I was going to ask you about the country school. Is that where if the school teacher got married or pregnant? Well, one of those two.
Yeah.
Did she have to quit?
I don't remember that. I can't imagine that they would have. If she were pregnant, I'm sure she wouldn't have been able to teach. But I think she could be married and teach.
Okay.
Yeah.
But certainly as soon as she probably got pregnant then.
I suppose. Yeah. Yeah.
Bad influence on those kids.
Yeah. For some reason,
No,
you just that just wasn't something out in the open like it is now.
Weird.
Yeah.
Anyhow, back to like 6th or...
Okay, so now we're in grade school and high school and let's see, I'm trying to think if there was anything of interest.
Did you play basketball up in the old attic?
No.
Wasn't that you?
No.
No?
You mean out at the farm?
No, the attic in the high school.
She might have.
Yeah.
Where was the gym at when you were there?
It was in the attic.
Yeah, I think it was upstairs.
Third floor.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
But I don't remember playing it. Maybe just in gym class. Because the girls didn't really have teams back then.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't think they... Oh, yeah, they did when you were...
They just started.
Girls didn't wear pants? No junior set?
No,
Really?
Oh, in gym. What did you wear for gym class?
oh, yeah, we had gym suits. They were shorts. And not very long, not very short shorts, but yeah.
Now, did you have to wear dresses? Did you get to wear any slacks or?
Yeah, I can't. I guess we did wear dresses mostly. I can't really. I just don't remember what I wore.
That sound right to you? Because
Well, by the time I got to school, it wasn't, in high school, they were starting to wear slacks then, but I think most of the girls did wear dresses all the time.
Okay.
It wasn't really completely accepted yet.
Yeah.
Maybe by the time I graduated it was.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get into high school here. I'm running out of words here.
Oh, you still have another 5 hours and 36 minutes.
Oh, no, I don't think
After
so.
that, I'll have to get you another recorder.
Yeah. So high school.
Okay, so my very best friend was Bev Smith, and she also was my bridesmaid at my wedding in later years. I used to go down there, and she lived with her grandma and grandpa because her parents had both died at a young age.
Oh.
And so I would go down there a lot of times and eat my lunch there, and I spent a lot of time there. Joyce and I used to double date occasionally. We dated cousins for a while, Bob and Don Stenzel. I don't know if you want that in there or not. And let's see, what else? Oh, I was just going to say that my one really bad thing I did in high school was Bev, my friend Bev, and I rang the fire whistle on Halloween.
Oh my God.
And that was considered quite serious, though, because, if people got the firemen out, and, it could have been a real fire, and it wasn't. And, of course, we got caught because we couldn't keep our mouths shut. Had to brag a little bit.
Yeah.
So then we had to scrub the fire hall floor once a week for a year.
Oh. Whoa.
Yeah, that was fairly serious.
That's harsh.
Yeah.
Wow. What's a fire whistle?
The siren that goes off, and it used to go off, it doesn't anymore, when there's a fire in town. You probably didn't ever have that in the city.
Do we have the noon siren anymore?
Yeah, I think they still do that once a month.
Yeah.
Or just once a month? It's off in the middle of town or something?
Well, actually, there's 3 of them in town because they also use it for civil defense and for tornado warnings.
Wow.
And basically, it's still the same. It
Sounds the
Same notice?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing as it was when they used to ring it for a fire. Well, we rang it for a fire to get the firemen to go to the fire hall to get the truck.
Yeah.
And now they all have, what do you call it, pagers.
Yeah.
And so they don't ever ring the fire whistle, put the siren for a fire anymore.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was when I was a kid. I remember the fire whistle going on.
Oh, yeah. Or if there's like a tornado sighted or something, and they still will ring it for that.
Wait, you still wouldn't even have like full-time firemen who would just sit around the station all day?
No, way too small of a town, yeah. They just have volunteers.
Like separate jobs?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, you always, you'd hear the fire whistle, especially when you lived here. The fire station's right there. You'd hear the fire whistle, and about 5 minutes later, people would be flying over there, pulling up, and the doors would open up, and they'd start the fire truck up and wait until X number of people got there, and off they'd go.
Huh.
Yeah, and then the phones would start buzzing, where the fire's at. And, yeah, it was crazy.
I gotta go start the oven. Maybe you want to shut that off first?
I'm a hater. Okay.
There it goes.
Okay, so then I guess I can't really think of anything real eventful that happened in high school, other than I was homecoming queen in my senior year.
Were you in like a parade for that?
Yeah, we used to always have a parade down Main Street, yeah.
Did you have floats?
Yep.
Did you make floats like we did?
How was that?
Well, in 9th grade, you got to start making floats, and you put all your effort into it, and it was really great. Then in 10th grade, it was pretty fun still, and you spent about 75% of your time making a float, and the other 25% screwing off, and then by about junior, it was about 50% time, and the senior floats were basically about 5 pieces of stuff, just the geeks worked on it, and the rest of us were out doing other things. You can pretty much tell which, don't give me that. You were out doing other things.
No, Peter and I did it all.
Well,
Peter and I were the artists in our class, and we did all the work while you guys screwed off.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Okay. I don't really remember working on the floats, but I know we did it, yeah.
She was one of the ones out partying.
Yeah, I'm sure at your age too, we didn't get to do it during school time. We had to do it at night.
Yeah.
Which was actually a better deal.
That's a better deal?
Well, yeah, when you're a young kid, you'd prefer to be out of that. You know, that was when I could get the car.
Oh. I have to go to town.
That was, speaking of cars, that's another thing that used to be very different when we were growing up, because every kid didn't have a car. In fact, none of the kids, pretty much, there's probably just one car for the family, for the most part. And then, you know, if one of the boys got the car so you could go out on a date or something, that would be the family car. It would be, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what was the deal about first person, ready, got to drive when you were going somewhere? Between you and Joyce, the first person that was ready?
Oh, I don't remember that. I don't think we ever drove. Dad always drove. Oh, yeah. If we were going as a family, I don't think we'd be driving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe when you had the permit, because I don't ever remember Dad letting me drive either, other than I think they didn't let me drive when I was getting a permit and I had to have a licensed driver to be driving.
Yeah, I can remember practicing out in Oatfield, you know, after it was harvested. That was where we practiced. But that would have been with Mother, I think. I don't remember Dad ever teaching me anything.
Well, there's always one parent that can do it, and one that all the doors flew open. I'm not going with her again. I'm not driving with that kid again. And that was like a half block from.
Yeah, right. Well, we didn't have driver's training, of course, in those days either. So the parents had to do the teaching.
Interesting.
So when did you start driving again? I might have missed that.
Oh, well, just 16. It was the same age, man.
Only 15.
I suppose,
Farmer's permit,
yeah.
Did you mail away for your driver's license, or did you have to take a test?
We didn't have to take a test.
So you just mailed away for it?
Yeah, or went down to the office and got it, you know. But,
No, I had to take a test.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Yeah, that
Because
probably.
they realized it wasn't a good idea.
Well, you know, it was.
They just had evolved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen some of the people of your era driving, and then that's serious. I mean,
Well, Will and I were just talking the other day, if we had to take a driver's test, we'd be in big trouble.
I was praying this state doesn't change their law before I die.
Oh, I think you guys would pass.
I wouldn't.
I've seen you drive.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't parallel park. I know that, and I think you're required to. I could probably learn, but
just back over the curb and get in there, and then they deduct a few points, but oh well.
Oh, as long as you got in.
At least the kids nowadays, if they can't parallel park, they don't pass.
Really? Yeah.
That's why that's a requirement. If you don't parallel park, you don't pass.
Well, then what you do is you rent one of those new Lexuses that parallel parks for you.
I was going to say I would rent a Volkswagen.
Oh, yeah.
So it's as short as
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so then I went off to college.
I think you do need to put the.
Okay.
Well, good timing. Unbelievable. It's good. We're in.
Okay. No, I'm on my way to college now.
Oh, college. Okay.
Okay, and I went to school in Mankato State. And I didn't ever stay at the dorm. My cousin Dot, that lives in Kansas City, was already going to Mankato State, and she had an apartment right across the street from where the college was at that time. It's not there anymore, on the lower campus. And so anyway, I stayed with her, and then that's where I met Bob. She was dating somebody at that time, and so they set me up for a blind date, and this guy happened to know Bob Thomas. And so that's where I met him, and then we were married. I went to Mankato State for 1.25 years, and then after that, Bob and I got married. He was in the service, and we got married in Rolla, Missouri, because he was stationed at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. And Bev came down and was my bridesmaid.
Didn't we drive down in an ice storm?
Yeah, I think we did. Yeah, it was. I think it was an ice storm because everybody was pretty stressed out, I think. Yeah.
On this very day, Christmas Day, right?
Yeah, on Christmas Day. Yep. And so then I lived he was still in basic training, so I lived at a motel close to the base.
A motel?
Uh-huh. And then he was what do you call it? He was going to be sent to Korea. Yeah, deployed to Korea, but he went to Fort Lewis, Washington first, which was about where you're at, I think.
Yeah, it's just north of me.
Yeah, right. And so I lived in a motel in Olympia for a while.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I just now connected those dots. Yeah, right.
Funny.
Yeah. And I remember it rained every day.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so then after Bob left for Korea, then I drove all the way home by myself, which everybody thought was just horrible. At that time, women... Yeah, it is a long drive, yeah. I remember it was the same year that Princess Elizabeth was crowned Queen of England. Yeah.
Oh, that's a long... Yeah.
Yeah.
A long time.
Yeah.
She's still...
Yeah. Because I remember listening to that on the radio on my way home.
She must have been really young when she...
Yeah. I suppose she's probably about my age.
Yeah.
You know.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Huh. Wow.
Okay,
I
so
don't know what kind of car you did. Did it have...
Oldsmobile.
Oh, you didn't have a Mercedes or anything?
No, those came in later years. We had a Oldsmobile 88. What do you call those? Cutlass 88 or what? Delta 88. Okay, that's what we had. And so anyway, then I went home, and I was pregnant at that time, and Joyce's husband was also sent to Korea, so we were both living out at the farm then while they were in Korea, and we both had our babies here in Heron Lake while they were in Korea, Ken and Terry.
Ken was first? Terry was.
Ken was born in September. He was born first, yeah,
Uh-huh.
and Terry was born the following January.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So then we continued to live there for quite a while, but then we moved to Lake Crystal, and actually I bought a house, or actually his parents, pretty much engineered the whole thing, but that was our first house in Lake Crystal, and then Joyce came and lived with me there for a while too.
Before Dad came home, you were...
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, before Dad came home, and before Doug came home, yeah.
Wow. So that was the big house on the corner?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the two-story house.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you guys built that though?
No, then later we built a house right next door.
Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So then Bob came home from the service, and he went to work in the lumber company, and I consequently had Brad and Greg, and let's see, they were born in Mankato. Terry was born in Heron Lake, of course. And Suzanne was born in Mankato also. Yeah. And then shortly after Suzanne was born, we moved to Rapid City. They had sold the lumber yards, so Bob didn't have a job anymore. So he was a salesman for, a couple of years while we lived in Rapid City. And then we bought the candy stores and moved to Boulder, Colorado. And we had a candy store there. It was an old-fashioned candy store.
Mom and Pa's.
Was that what it
Mom
was?
and Pa's.
Country store? Or?
Mom and Pa. Well, we had to change it because that was a franchise. Mom and Pa's Old-Time Country Candy Store.
Oh, okay.
Does that sound right?
Probably. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But do you remember what kinds of... I remember we had sugar candy, burnt peanuts, what else? Jawbreakers.
I just remember it was a fairly good-sized store, and there was kids' candy everywhere. We had those yacht things.
Oh, yeah.
Licorice. The one thing we didn't have that would have probably made money was popcorn.
Oh, right.
Everybody buys popcorn.
Yeah.
If we had popcorn, we'd probably all be rich. Why didn't you have popcorn?
I just didn't think of it, I suppose. Yeah.
Because there's a candy store right a block from where I work, and they have all candies not nearly as big as what we had.
Oh, yeah.
They sell more popcorn. You can't believe it.
Oh, yeah. Well, once you smell that popcorn, there's just something about the smell.
Who doesn't like popcorn? Everybody likes popcorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have sold popcorn. You'd be rich.
But it was an old-fashioned theme.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it was going for a fashion from the 20s, you said.
Yeah, I think so. I wore a long dress, and what kind of a hat was it?
Bonnet, wasn't it? Wasn't it a bonnet?
Did I have, no, I don't think I had a bonnet.
Okay.
But your dad wore, like they wore in the 20s.
Yeah.
One of those hats and
Yep.
a vest and a bow tie, and I think a bow tie, wasn't it? Anyway, it was the old-fashioned theme,
Yeah, we actually have a picture. I assume it was a Christmas picture where
I saw it.
Yeah, I think
boys
it's
are dressed
probably...
up in that and girls have their dresses on.
Yeah, I think Jane put that in the book, didn't she?
Yep,
I'm pretty
that's
sure
where
she
I
did.
saw it, yeah.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, and those were the clothes that we wore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
We had 2 candy stores.
Mm-hmm. We had one on Colfax, University.
Same time,
University, I think it was,
Yeah.
Yeah.
in Denver, and then the one downtown at the mall in Boulder.
You opened them both simultaneously?
No, the one in Boulder we had first, and then I can't remember if that one closed, and we went to the one in...
I think we had both of them for a while.
Did we?
The one in Boulder did so well, you guys got a new one.
The deal was we couldn't lose enough money with one. So we thought we could make it up in volume and lose more money on 2. She forgot to tell you the part about we were driving Mercedes and Porsches when we went into the candy business, and when we left we were driving Volkswagens.
Old ones.
Old Volkswagen, yeah. So it worked out. I'll never forget the day Dad sold the Porsche and we got a Volkswagen. It's like, oh my God.
Remember that MG we had too? That I think it was red, and it was...
Little convertible.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a really
How
cool
do you guys
car.
have money for Porsches and MGs?
I don't know. Bob took care of the finances, obviously.
They sold the lumberyard and they split up the
Yeah.
money between
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Grandpa and then the
Bill.
boys.
Mm-hmm, Bill and Bob. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't Toons get any?
Oh, yeah, she must have.
Huh, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose she was younger, though. She was probably put in trust or whatever. You know.
Yeah. So it was a fairly significant amount of money, but yeah, we were driving Mercedes.
Yeah.
Porsches.
Yeah, because there was quite a few lumber yards. It was Lake Crystal, Vernon Center, Garden City, Ormsby. They all had lumber yards, so yeah, when they sold that, I don't know how much money it was, but it should have been pretty substantial, I would think.
It's enough to keep us in Porsches for a while.
Yeah, right.
Wow. I'll never forget that day. How discouraging. The Porsche, now we're driving a Volkswagen.
I don't remember any of those. I just remember that little MG because I always thought that was
That was the cutest car, yeah.
We held on to that for quite a few more years.
And that wasn't a new car.
No, that was
like a classic or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if it'd be worth a lot of money now.
Probably would, yeah.
Because Dad had it painted, it was perfect, and those kids scratched it up.
What kids? Oh,
Well, we climb on it.
Oh, really? Oh, really? I don't remember that. He must have had a fit.
I would have thought so. I would have bought a cover for it.
Yeah.
Keep people off it.
Yeah, I would think so too.
I wonder if we have any pictures of that.
It was a pretty car. I really loved it.
That was our kid.
I don't know. I know I've got a picture of the Porsche,
Yeah.
but I don't remember a picture of the MG. Yeah.
I should find one. It's like the 1930s, middle 30s, you think? The MG was that old.
Okay, we got to move on.
Okay, yeah.
Where are we at? So now we're in Denver and...
and we lost our asses. And
Okay, so
So the candy stores went down.
the candy stores went down, and then sometime in that area, I got divorced from Bob and met John and married John, and that was not a very good thing.
What was John's full name?
John Michael Longfellow.
Oh, you kept his name?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yeah, I did just because of Joanne,
It's easier.
Uh-huh, yeah.
I wish you'd have changed your name back to Phinney myself.
To Phinney? Oh, yeah.
I think
Yeah. Or Thomas, I could have.
Thomas.
Yeah.
I think you should still change it back to Phinney.
Oh, I think it's a little late.
That was always really confusing growing up. It's like, where did Longfellow?
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, well, that's where it came from.
Yeah. So then you got married to John and
Yeah,
moved back to Heron
and then
Lake.
we moved back to Heron Lake eventually, and had Joanne.
Yeah.
We lived out on that little farm right across from Grandma and Grandpa Smith's old place.
Yeah.
And I guess, they were bad years, but there were some good years at the farm. I think Terry had a pony, and we raised chickens and had a garden, and so it wasn't all bad. And then we built the house in town, and eventually I got a divorce from John.
And then things got better.
Yeah, and then things got much, much better.
Not a nice man.
No. And so that kind of, and then I worked different places after I divorced John.
Where did you live after that?
I lived in that house right across from the park there. It's still there. It's right beside where there was a dentist there at one time, next door, I mean.
Right by the liquor store?
Yeah.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Goes right to the liquor store.
Yeah. You probably heard the story about how Joanne wasn't allowed to cross that street to go over to the park by herself.
Why?
Oh, okay. Well, because I was afraid she'd get run over. So, and after she was already over there, she could stay over there, but she couldn't come back unless she had to wait for somebody to come and go across the street with her. So there was this one day where she just cried and cried and cried, and I don't know what I was doing, but for some reason nobody came to help her across the street. Yeah.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, well, haven't you heard that story? Yeah, so she was just standing there crying, and I finally realized she wanted to come home.
Oh. Well, it's a good thing she didn't cross the street.
Yeah, she was. It's kind of surprising, really.
Yeah,
that she didn't. Yeah.
That's funny.
Okay. So anyway, I worked at the detox, and then after the detox closed, I worked at the nursing home in Heron. And then I retired in 1995 and hammered my alarm clock into smithereens, which I don't know why, because I still get up at 5:30.
Yeah. But you don't have to.
I don't have to. Yeah, I just get up when I wake up. Yeah.
You seriously took a hammer to it?
Oh yeah.
I did.
Oh, you
yeah.
actually
Yeah,
did?
I actually had a retirement party over at the American in Worthington, and yep, I've got pictures of it someplace. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So then I retired in 1995, and then I decided to start working at national parks. So I worked from 95 through 2000, I worked at different national parks. The first one was Yellowstone, and then I went to Shenandoah, and then I went to Acadia. Shenandoah is in Virginia, and Acadia is in Maine. And then I went to...
Did you do this over the summer or the
just
whole year?
the summer months, yeah, because they're just open in the summer. Well, yeah, they are just open in the summer, except for Death Valley, which that was the next one I went to, and I didn't really like it there. It's too hot.
Yeah. Even in the wintertime.
Yeah.
Wintertime you went to there too?
Yeah,
It was approaching summer, right?
It was February when I went there, and it was still horribly hot. Yeah, it's a terrible place.
But weren't you at another one before that?
Well, I might have been. I don't know if I got the sequence right or not.
No, I was thinking you went from Yellowstone, and then you got down there, and then you went to Death Valley. But that wouldn't be right, because if you did Death Valley in the winter, that wouldn't be right at all.
Yeah.
So you must have went out there in the wintertime.
Yeah.
So you must have just went there, because you was close to Suzanne at the time.
Right, and that was why I went there, because it was only like an hour or so from Las Vegas. Yeah. Yeah, and that was when Bradley got so sick with Guillain-Barré, or was that? Yeah, Guillain-Barré, and he was in the hospital, and so I left a little bit early to go help out.
He was sick with what?
It's called Guillain-Barré. You don't remember that? It's where you lose all your muscle. I mean, I think it starts in your legs and moves up the rest of your body. It's very dangerous because you can quit breathing.
Really?
Yeah. And there really isn't any cure for it. I mean, you just have to be in the hospital and be watched closely. Anyway, I went there and I spent a lot of time in the hospital with Brad.
Yeah.
And let's see, after death, I did Acadia Park twice, and that was the last one I did. And then I retired from that.
But what, you forgot Alaska? Yeah.
Oh, I forgot Alaska. That's right. That was the last. I did Alaska, and then I went back to Acadia was the last one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Alaska was great. I really liked Alaska. But they were all great except Death Valley. I didn't really like Death Valley. So then I really retired, and I've been enjoying my retired life ever since. That's it. Identify yourselves.
Will Phinney, brother, age, never mind.
Old. Glad you're up. Well, I'm Greg Thomas, and for those of you that don't know me, never mind. That's not
right. Justin Thomas, 24, grandchild.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Jane Thomas, and I'm going to do a little bit of family history with the people that are here today. I'm Jane Thomas, like I said, and this is
Greg Thomas.
Joyce Murphy.
Doug Murphy.
and today's date is August 21st, 2011. Okay?
I'm Joyce Murphy, and my parents are Wilfred and Etta Phinney. My grandparents on my father's side are Charles Phinney and Mary Phinney, and on my mother's side it's Milo Smith and Lulu Smith. On my father's side, I'm not sure about his descendants. I always thought he was probably English, but my brother thinks more like Scottish and Irish. But on my grandparents' side, I know it's German. I was born at the Heron Lake Hospital, June 13th, 1934. There were four of us in the family. My oldest sister was Miriam, and she was 7 years older than I am. And I always thought she was just so beautiful and really looked up to her. She had long, curly, really dark hair and was quite petite. Bonnie Longfellow was very close in age to myself. I always said she was almost 2 years older than I am. And she always said that no, I was only a year and a half younger and I couldn't do the things that she could do. But I did manage to usually get to do more than she did. Being a younger one, I think my parents just wore out after a while with the teasing. And the youngest one in the family is a boy, and his name is Will, and he was 7 years younger, and I particularly teased him mercilessly and made him cry a lot. But we also treated him like a doll and babied him, and I think the whole family babied him pretty much because he was younger than all of us. Bonnie and I were very close and double dated. In fact, we dated cousins for a while, for quite some time. And we even lived together for a while after we were each married and had our first children. And those were my siblings. My childhood memories. My early childhood, I do remember on Easter having a brand new dress that I was so proud of, and I remember it was yellow, my favorite color. At that time, it was my favorite color. And I fell down and tore it and got all dirty, and it was before church, before a chance anybody had to see how beautiful I looked in it. As a young girl, I loved living on the farm, would go barefoot all the time until my feet were just like totally calloused so that nothing hurt my feet. I loved working with my dad, and I remember when he took me up in the silo, and I was so scared going up there, but I just knew that he would never let go. As a schoolgirl, I went to country school for the first 5 years, and then the country school closed and I went into town school, and kind of took me a while to feel like I was part of the group. As a teenager, I got to date when I was 14, and I know Bonnie thought that was really young because she didn't get to date that young. But as I said, I think my parents just wore out on that. And then I said, well, I could always double date with my sister and she'd take care of me. As a young adult, I got married shortly after I graduated from high school. So as a young adult, I pretty much was married and had children. And that would be the end of my before I get married.
Okay. We'll stop here, and then we'll have Doug do his part. Now it's Doug's turn.
My parents were Kenneth Murphy and Christine Murphy. My paternal grandparents I barely knew. I can remember my grandfather, but I don't remember his first name. I remember being at the house on the farm where he, the night before he passed away. On my mother's side, the family name was Voth. I never did, I don't remember at all my grandparent, my grandfather on my mother's side, and barely remember my grandmother on that side. We think we're Irish. Our name is spelled with an E rather than just the usual M-U-R-P-H-Y. We think that was because we weren't Catholic, but we're not sure of that. I was born at the family home in Heron, Minnesota on December 15th, 1934. I'm the 9th of 10 siblings, and as best I can recall, the order of birth, I had a sister Avis was the oldest, a brother Keith, a brother Stanley, a brother Bob, a brother Gordon, a brother Wayne, a sister Eileen, a sister Lola, and a sister Mary. I think that should come up to about 10. There were 6 boys and 4 girls.
I got a quick question. Where did you fit in? Number what?
I was number 9.
You were number 9.
Yeah. As a young boy, we grew up in a small town. I can remember that we hung, all the young guys in town were friends and hung out. I can remember having rock fights where we had broke up into gangs and had rock fights. And as far as I know, nobody got hit in the head.
Oh my goodness.
Or got injured, but we did actually have rock fights, and they were fairly frequent. I can also remember swimming at a pool, not a swimming pool, but just a pool of water on the railroad tracks. And then we would entertain the passersby in the car, which was right near the pool, by standing naked up on the railroad tracks.
Oh my goodness. How old were you?
Well, that ranged from 10 to 12. I guess I was very embarrassed once when I went back, after doing this, when I went back into town and went into we had a shoe shop where shoes were repaired, and I walked in there, and then some other older guy came in and said, you know, what I just saw on the railroad tracks outside of town, and I left immediately thereafter. As a teenager, I did have a few difficulties in school. The story was, and probably fairly true, that my mother spent more time in school getting me back in than I did in school. But I dated a few girls that were in our class, and some that were, I guess, younger. But that's where I met my wife, too. Well, actually, we met before that, but we'll get into that a little bit later. As a young adult, I started working when I was 12 years old, and I worked until, well, I'm still working because I never did. I retired from one job, but we still work, both Joyce and I.
Okay.
Okay, and this is Joyce and Doug's life after they got married together.
Yeah. Tell us about how you met and all those fun things that brought you two together.
Well, we probably knew each other since at least maybe 5 years old. We went to Sunday school together, that is, when I attended. And we've known each other since then. So right now, that's about 71 years.
That's a long time. So who tapped who on the shoulder?
Well, I thought she was always after me, but we're not. She may disagree, but I don't think that's correct.
I think I will disagree with that. I think he was after me from the minute he saw me.
That may be true. That probably is true.
Are you guys in the same class?
Yes.
You graduated together?
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We started. We knew each other in Sunday school. She was in. went to country school, and what grade was it when you came
Fifth
into
grade.
In fifth grade? So we finished
The rest of our school together.
Yeah.
And graduated in the same class. I graduated a lot higher than he did, though, because he had a hard time staying in school.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
One of the things we did do in high school was in a small school, and it wasn't air conditioned. We had the windows open, and we were on the second level, and I used to throw her workbook books out of the window, and then she wouldn't have her workbooks and got into some difficulty with the teachers when she didn't have her homework done.
See, I knew he was really after me when he was so mean to me.
Yeah.
That's the way kids are. They're mean to people they really love.
This is true. This is
That's
true.
true. That's true.
Yeah.
So, what else can you tell us about the two of you? Oh, what's your wedding date?
We were married February 21st, 1953. And shortly thereafter, I went into the Army and then went to Korea.
Oh, cool.
I was in Korea when our first child was born.
Yeah. What about your wedding? Tell us first about that. We'll back up a little bit.
Well, there had been a snowstorm just the day or two before that, and her sister Miriam was in the wedding, and her husband had to fly her from the farm into town so that she could attend.
In the winter?
In the winter, February 21st. A big blizzard. In those days, the roads weren't cleared very quickly. I mean, they didn't have all the equipment they have now. And the country roads were the last ones cleared. The main roads, because all my relatives were able to get from Minneapolis and other towns around Heron Lake.
Even though they lived very close to town, it was a gravel road. And the road to our house was paved at that time. And so we could get back out to our house for the reception, but the problem was getting Miriam into town to be in the wedding.
Who drove the plane?
Les.
Oh, Les.
Les had his own plane.
Well, that's something.
Yeah.
My goodness. So, what about the wedding? Was it a lot of relatives? Simple wedding?
A lot of people from town came. A lot of people in a small town come to a wedding even if they're not invited. They do.
All our classmates, I'm sure, were there because none of them had left Heron Lake at that time.
I doubt that we even sent out invitations. I think all the relatives were there and all of our friends were there, and the church was actually pretty full. I got married in a suit, not a wedding gown. And
What color was it?
It was light beige.
Light beige.
With lots of little pleats in it. It was very pretty.
Yeah, there was one interesting thing. When we started on our honeymoon, we ran out of gas between Wyndham and Worthington.
The gas gauge didn't work on the car. He was so anxious to get there.
Yeah, I'm sure he was.
I knew he was after me.
I was not endowed with a lot of money, and the car was not the finest that was on the road in those days. And she's right, the gas gauge didn't work.
So what happened? Somebody come along and take you to town?
Yeah, somebody
Took pity on us, I guess.
Yeah, and yeah.
We weren't too far from Worthington, and I think that was the first destination or the first motel around.
That's great. Did you have cans tied to them? Did they decorate your car?
I think it was too cold.
Too cold,
it was
winter.
terrible.
Yeah,
I mean, the
that's
weather
true.
was cold, and snow was, up above the car where they pushed it off the road.
It was a very simple wedding, and the reception was at my parents' home on the farm.
Oh, neat.
And just family, and mother made the food, and the wedding probably cost $100.
Yeah. Well, how special. I saw a picture of you guys, and you guys were just so good looking and beautiful.
Well, she was better looking than I am.
So then you got married, and then what did you do? You're not a farmer, right? You were never a farmer.
I joined the Army, and I volunteered for the draft because then I could spend 2 years, but then I would get my education paid for.
You'd have the GI Bill.
That was what we wanted.
Yeah.
That was your. So you had a plan with this
goal.
military thing.
Yeah. We didn't want to. I think your dad would have
set us up
Set
in
us up
farming
in
for
farming
sure,
or
because
paid-
Will had no interest in the
Yeah,
farm
or-
whatsoever.
Right.
or paid for the education, but
We didn't
we're
wanna-
just not that type to, we want to do it on our own, and
Yeah.
we did.
Yeah.
Well, good. So how long were you in the service then?
Just 22, 23 months, of which I was overseas for all but 3 months of that.
He didn't see our first child until Ken was
You said 18 months.
a year and a half,
Yeah.
18
Oh.
months old.
That must have been hard.
Because people then didn't get to come home every 6 months the
Right.
way they do now.
Yeah.
That must have been tough. So did you just wrote letters? Or could you talk
every
on the
day.
phone to her far away?
No,
No?
no, that wasn't possible in those days. I took basic training in Fort Riley, Kansas, and you came down probably 3 times maybe with
Yeah.
people. I was in the Army with people from a town nearby, and they used to drive down together. But it wasn't always possible to get together because I wasn't always free on weekends or any other time.
I sent him a telegram when Ken was born, and he was on guard duty, as I recall, and you didn't, and it came to give it to you, and you were worried something happened.
No,
didn't it ever
I got
get
the
to-
letter from her about Ken's
Oh,
birth
before the
telegram.
that was
So
what it was.
it was about a month or
Yeah.
he'd been born a month or so before I
Even
knew.
Oh, for
Boy,
crying out
that would
See-
be tough. That must have been really emotional. I mean, like, oh my goodness, I'm a dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. and
Only delayed.
the one salvation was in the Army. They kept you so busy you didn't have time to think too much. 'Cause,
And I didn't
about-
know that he didn't know.
Yeah.
I assumed that he got the telegram.
Well, I
Yeah.
was.
But I wrote to him almost daily.
And I did too. But I was in transit for about 6 weeks from Japan to Korea, and then within Korea. So mail never caught up until I finally relocated up on the demilitarized zone in Korea between the North and South.
They did sign the truce the day that Doug left for Korea, and he always says they did that because they were afraid he was coming.
Well, they knew I was coming, so.
Yeah.
So they
Beware.
didn't have a chance.
You
Then.
won't find that in the history books.
Unwritten history. Yeah. Well, what a different lifestyle.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Oh, yeah.
That is something. So how did you cope with him not being with you?
Well,
you must
I-
have been really missing him bad.
I was, and I did not. Ken was born perfectly normal, but soon he developed what's called pyloric stenosis. And he was a very ill child, kept losing weight. I would take him to the doctor every day, and they thought I was just totally out of my mind, that this child couldn't possibly be throwing up as much as I said he was. But he was losing weight, and finally he looked almost like a skeleton.
That's scary.
And it was very scary. And finally they took all they had to do was take an x-ray, and they discovered that he had a growth over his stomach opening, so no food ever went beyond that point.
How long do you think that problem was existing there?
Well, probably 6 weeks until they did the surgery.
He was probably born.
He was probably born with it, and it just kept enlarging until he wasn't. They tried so many different things. Like they thought he was allergic to my milk, and then they thought he was allergic to all milk, so they had him on goat's milk for a while, and they tried all different things, except they never did the x-ray to find out what was really wrong with him.
Yeah, isn't that something?
But then he really thrived as soon as they took that out. He gained weight like crazy.
Yeah. Well, thank God they figured that out.
The only way he would sleep was on my stomach, because that gave him, I guess, just a little bit of warmth and a little bit of comfort. Yeah.
That's something.
And you lived with your parents.
Yeah, that
at
was my
first.
saving grace, and Bonnie was there too, and she was pregnant with Terry.
Yeah.
And so she was also my saving grace because she helped me with this sick child that I
Yeah.
had, so that I could get some sleep occasionally.
Yeah. Boy, there's
So-
a lot to be said there
Yes.
for that.
And then you moved in with her.
Yes,
while
I moved
her
to
husband
I
and I
moved
were
to
in the
Lake
military.
Crystal.
Oh, did you for a while?
I lived
And
with.
you had the 2 babies?
Yeah, we
Oh, that's
raised them almost
interesting.
like twins. They were fun. It was really fun. It was like we were treating
Yeah.
them like dolls.
Oh, fun.
Finally, Bonnie got the doll concept.
That is so cool.
And my dad was gone to the war too.
Yes,
right? So you
yes,
were both
that's
living together
right.
and living in a house that my mom and dad had bought or
The first
rented?
house, the
Okay.
first house, the old house.
Yep, okay.
That she fixed up, or
Okay.
that they fixed up together and decorated.
Oh, fun. That's neat.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Totally.
So I got to know Bud and Mary pretty
Oh,
well,
well
and
then,
Suze.
yeah.
That's how we
well,
got to know.
sure.
Okay.
That explains your interest in them.
Okay.
That's cool. Now, you guys would not be the only couples like this. I mean, a lot of people. This happened to a lot of people.
Oh,
right?
certainly.
That was kind of the lifestyle then.
Yeah, the Army was much different back in those days. You didn't get to go home, and he did get to go to R&R in Japan.
That's
But-
rest and recuperation.
No, get rowdy time. But you can't do that without your wife. Okay, well that's something. Okay, so when you finally got done with the service, then where did you guys?
Yeah.
Well,
Start.
I entered the University of Minnesota, a month after I got out of the service, and we moved to an apartment on the top of a 3-story building that had a living room and a kitchen and a large bathroom in between, and we had
Ken slept in the bathroom in a crib. The bathroom was big enough, and Mark's, and well, I became pregnant the day that Doug come home from the service. Doug's brother was so hoping that he would come earlier that he could tease me
But
that it wasn't.
it was 9 months to the day.
9 months to the day.
My brother was praying that
That
it would
we
be
had
a
our
day or
second
so
child.
early.
Oh my!
I mean, just kidding.
You mean that your two kids are not too far apart in age? No, wait,
Just-
I'm missing
just-
this. How far
Well,
apart in age are those
about
two?
2 years.
Oh,
Because
okay,
see,
2
now
years.
he didn't see
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Ken until he was almost a year and a half.
Okay,
Right.
so you made a baby as soon as he got
Right
home
away.
from the service.
Yeah.
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 You
We
didn't
made
waste
another
any
baby.
time.
No, we made another
Yeah,
baby.
hey, that's good. That's good. Okay, so then you, all right. So where did you live first? You went to school. What did you go? What was your trade?
I majored in public administration. Yeah.
That's
'Cause
interesting.
Political science
Well,
was your
public
mind.
administration.
Uh huh.
But let's see. I was going to say something, though I forgot. Go ahead.
Well, I worked for a while in an office, and Ken was with a babysitter, but then, of course, I was hiding the fact that I was pregnant because
Right.
I didn't want them to fire me right away. And so I worked at the University of Minnesota as a secretary. And then when it became obvious that I couldn't work any longer, and we had Mark, then we moved into married student housing because this apartment was obviously way too small for us. Mark was sleeping in the kitchen. The baby was sleeping in the kitchen in a bassinet, and Ken was sleeping in the bathroom in a crib. People don't live this way anymore.
Married student housing was a Quonset hut
It
with
was-
2 bedrooms and 2 families, one on each end.
Really?
So I moved up from the tents in Korea to a Quonset hut.
Well, that's interesting. That's for sure.
But we had lots of space.
Yeah.
I have two whole bedrooms,
But then she took care of kids
so I could
in the neighborhood because just
so I could
about
be home with
everybody
my children as well and take care of them.
Oh, good.
But-
That's important.
Yeah,
Yes.
I went to summer school two summers, so I graduated in
Less than 4 years.
less than 4 years. I wanted to get
Right.
through and start making a living.
No, for that time, not that many people went to college. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I was the second. Well, only one of the of my siblings had finished college, and he was older than I am, and he finished, and that was me. None of the other eight. Had a college
Yeah.
education.
That is something. That's really good.
But I did do some work. I did work part time. Sometimes that's to
In
go
the
to
summertime,
college.
you were shoveling at
manure out of the state fairgrounds all night long to earn some extra money.
Oh, funny. So you guys, after Korea, they came to the cities. That's interesting. So how long did you stay in the cities? I know your mom was here. Is that kind of why you came in this direction, or not? So
No,
much?
I just wanted to go to the University of
University,
Minnesota,
okay.
and I graduated. Now I'm trying to think the year 1958, 58,
because his first job was in Kansas
City.
So right after graduating from college, we moved to Kansas City. And that was the first time we borrowed any money, and we had to borrow money from Doug's mother to buy a car. so we could move.
Oh, cool. What kind of car was it?
It was a 1955 Plymouth. It was a beautiful
Yeah, we wish
green
we still
car.
had it.
had leather seats, and I mean, ooh,
We were living
for us,
uptown.
because the car we had before was a 1940 Chevrolet Coupe, and 2 seats, but in the back of the seats was a shelf like, and that's where
children.
Ken rode.
Back before the days of car seats,
Yeah.
or restraints for children.
Right.
We were so anxious to pay back that loan of $700, I think it was, that we didn't have a telephone. We stripped ourselves bare. We just paid as much of it off as we could until we could get it paid off, because we're just not debt kind of people.
Yeah. Well, that's very
And
good.
So we paid it off really fast. And my folks would have loaned us the money too, but
That's great.
we paid our interest.
Yeah. One of the things that kept us going during that time was when we did get down to Heron Lake, Joyce's dad provided us with a lot of beautiful steaks.
Otherwise, we were eating a lot of macaroni. And but we subsisted on it. So,
Well, that's great. Okay, so Kansas City. What happened after Kansas City?
We moved to Omaha, Nebraska, where I worked for the Internal Revenue Service. And at that job, I started doing some traveling in Denver and the regional area, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and several other states, Iowa.
Was that a new job then, or
Yeah.
just a different location?
It was an altogether different job
Okay.
than the one that I had.
But all government job.
Yeah, they were all,
Just
yeah,
transferred.
Social Security Administration was my first job. Although I worked for the government for 2 summers when I was in college too.
and his time in service counted too as government work, so that counted for when he retired. He could count those years.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so then where did you go? How many years were you with them?
It's about
It was
two,
about
wasn't
2
it?
years
2 years.
each. We moved to from Omaha. We moved to Denver,
Denver.
and that was in 1962. The day we arrived in Denver, there was 2 feet of snow, and it was 20 below zero. And Denver was not supposed to have that kind of weather too often. I remember laying in the parking lot putting chains on the car because he couldn't move without chains. So, and we lived there
In an apartment, and then we bought a house.
Yeah, our first house
In
that we
Denver.
bought was in Green Mountain
Okay.
in Denver. Or actually, it was Lakewood at that time.
Is that the house that Bonnie and
And
them moved
that's
into
the house
later?
that
Yeah.
they bought from us then when we moved back to Washington, D.C.
Oh, that's cool. Why did you go to Washington? The job changed?
No, I was solicited to come back.
It was an opportunity
It was
to
an
move up.
opportunity, and if you're at the government, Washington is the best place. And it turned out we had a choice of going to Washington or Portland, Oregon, but Washington had much more opportunity for advancement, and it did work out very well for us.
It did.
And how many years were you in Washington then?
10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
So you really liked that area. Did you find it very interesting?
We did find it very interesting. We would take the kids down to the Smithsonian every Sunday for a couple hours, and they were real history buffs, as Doug is and I am, and they just ate it up. They just loved it.
We'd do 1 floor of the Smithsonian and
That'd
one.
be cool.
It's the way to see the Smithsonian.
Once
Yeah.
a week, yeah.
Yeah, you cannot see it in a day.
No.
Well, how very special. Do your boys think back on those days and ever talk about those days?
Well, they both graduated from high school back there, and
Okay.
I think they enjoyed it. Although moving from Denver to Washington or Virginia, actually where we live, suburban Washington, was very high humidity and high temperatures. And Denver's just, you can get warm, but the humidity was nothing. And I really thought that we would have to leave right away because we had 1 air conditioner. It was in our bedroom. And I ended up eating dinner quite often by myself down in dining room, and the boys and Joyce would be up in the air-conditioned bedroom because they couldn't stand it. It didn't bother me too much, but they really
Yeah, because
couldn't.
he's always liked heat, but it just, well, eventually, it didn't take us too long before we bought another air
As
conditioner.
soon as we got a few shekels,
Yeah.
we bought an air conditioner.
So that we could all eat together again.
Yeah.
Our car wasn't air-conditioned either, the one that we
Wasn't it?
had when we moved out there.
I don't
right?
remember that, but cars weren't all air conditioned back in
No,
those
they
days.
weren't. Not everybody had
So-
air conditioning.
Right,
So then you went back to Colorado?
Yeah, after 10 years.
with the park service this time.
Oh, the
Yeah.
Park Service.
Uh-huh.
What does that mean, the Park Service? What
Well,
did you
the
do?
national parks.
The
in
national parks?
The Rocky Mountain region, I was a regional personnel officer, and we had Yellowstone and Glacier and the Black Hills, and all the really great parks were under our supervision.
So did you get to go and visit all those parks yourself personally?
I didn't really like the business travel because I really hated to be away from the kids and Joyce, and that maintained even after the kids were gone, which was the case when we were in Denver. But when we lived in Washington, I traveled quite a bit. I was detailed to California for 3 months, and I just never liked to be away from the kids, and especially her. I always really
He was
hated that.
always after me, I told
Yeah.
you that.
Well, I think that's a good thing. That's why you guys are going strong still today.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Let's see, what else could we talk? Well, how many years have you been in Denver now?
30.
30 years.
It was 30,
Oh, okay.
33. We moved back to Denver in July of 1978. So we were gone just about 10 years even to the East Coast, and then came back here. And then I retired in 1990.
And you lived at Green Mountain, and then your address that you're at now?
Right.
Okay, so you
No, Green Mountain, when we moved back here, is the house that we're still in.
Right.
Right, I think that's what she,
Yeah.
oh,
okay.
right. Green Mountain was the house that Bonnie and Bob bought from us when we left the first time to go back
Oh, I
east.
see. Okay.
So we've
yeah.
only owned 3 houses in our 58 years of marriage.
That's pretty nice. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, the home that you have now is beautiful, and you can look out your bedroom suite and see that lit up thing on the mountain. What is that? Is it
The
a cross?
The cross,
yeah.
yeah.
You have a very special place, and
Yeah.
it's very nice. And so, what things do you do together for fun?
Well, I was eligible to retire in December of 1989. And I wanted to because I really just didn't like my job at all. And Joyce said she didn't think we could handle that. And I had my papers all in. Actually, we always went back east for Christmas. And I had my retirement papers in because I was head of personnel, so I gave it to a trusted person and I was going to call her and say, put them in. But we decided not to. But 4 months later, I woke up at 4 o'clock one morning. I said, I can't take this anymore. And I went into the office and retired, and I was on the tennis court by 10 o'clock that day.
I wasn't sure that we could handle being together 24/7. But soon I set down rules that I didn't have to fix breakfast and I didn't have to be home for lunch. I would fix dinner all the time. He would now do all the Christmas cards because I'd been doing them for all these years. I set down a few little things that I
think
thought
that's
were
great.
important.
I love his Christmas cards.
I know, and he does great Christmas cards.
Well, it first started out that I just had to do them for my family,
Right.
and pretty soon it was your family too.
Right.
Are you taking notes, Greg? This is how marriage lasts.
He's not retired yet.
I do
So
all that
it
stuff
really works
already.
out pretty well because we while we have our life together and we're together a lot of the time, we still have our separate times where I'm out on the tennis court playing with my friends, and I don't
played
work,
with
and
mine.
he played with his, and we played doubles for a while, but that didn't work out too well because he liked to tell me how to play, and I don't like to be told how to play.
That's okay too.
So now we don't play doubles at all. Either one of us, we really prefer singles anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I say I retired, but we still work. Both of us now have worked in the theater. We work at live theater as theater managers and do all the problem solving for the patrons who come and make sure everybody's seated correctly and.
I started out,
it.
I started out working as a volunteer at the Paramount Theater, and I think he thought I was having too much fun, so he joined me. And so that was where we first started out working, and then it changed managements, and pretty soon they had a mosh pit, and it was just not the kind of entertainment
heavy
that
metal rock
kind of entertainment. So we quit doing that, but now we're working where they have plays.
Oh, how fun.
So,
But every place we volunteered at all the places we now are employed. They asked us to be on
they
the
always
staff.
ask
so.
us to be on staff, so
Yeah.
I guess they think
And it's
we-
mainly because she's so good.
Yeah. They probably like your sense of humor and how
They
you
love
guys
the sense,
are.
yeah.
And you guys dressed in uniform or?
No, we don't wear, as...
When we ushered,
As,
we
When you
did,
as
usher.
ushers, we dressed in black and white.
like penguins.
Right, right.
Yeah, I bet you guys look really sharp.
But now we have to dress up. He wears a sport coat and tie, and at one of the theaters, the other one's a little bit less,
Casual?
a little bit more casual.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like such a good
Yeah.
thing to do.
It is.
What else do you guys like to do? It's kind of
Travel.
fun. Travel?
We love to travel. We took our first trip to Germany in
1984.
84.
And I think we got back from France in May of this year, 2011, and I think that was our 18th trip to Europe.
Wow, that's a lot.
We try to go twice a year.
That's wonderful. Yeah. That's making memories.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's more important than buying something for your house?
Oh,
Making
yeah.
memories?
Stuff doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah.
Stuff is just things I have to clean.
Right, dust.
It does. And so I don't have a whole lot of stuff, but I have a lot of memories.
And that's wonderful.
But we also hike.
And we hike. We have friends that we hike
And
with.
we haven't for a while, but we biked quite a bit too.
And you guys are kind of like health nuts too. I mean, you eat healthy too. You exercise.
Have
you
a
eat-
garden. I garden, and well, he does the preparing of the garden, and then I don't allow him in the garden because I say he can't tell a weed from a plant. He pulls up my plants instead of the weeds. I think he's done it on
I may
purpose.
be dumb, but I'm not stupid. But I do prepare the soil.
He does prepare the
We're kind
soil.
of farmers at heart yet. So.
Yeah.
And we compost and we do natural gardening, so we don't use any real. It's pretty green.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
So, your children. What about your children? What do you enjoy about them? Everything.
Everything, yes.
Well, we were either lucky or pretty good parents because we really never had any serious problems with either one of them, and they're both
Wonderful
Fine-
people. Of course,
fine
everybody
gentlemen.
probably says that about their
Yes.
children. But ours really are wonderful. Maybe yours aren't, but ours are.
Well, that's good.
Our oldest one, Ken, has a pilot's license. He flies ultralights. He kayaks. He deep sea dives. He canoes. He climbs mountains. He's climbed about 15 14ers in Colorado, I think. He can come from sea level, and the next day or two days at the most, he's out climbing 14-plussers.
And he does it during the week or so time that he's here. He'll do 3 or 4 14ers
That's
in that
amazing.
length of time.
And he has done as many as 6 in
Yeah.
like
Wow.
a 10-day period. But
And he's really in good shape right now.
But he taught Outward Bound Discovery program. He's a trained ice climber,
Oh
ski
my
lunker.
goodness. That's amazing.
what
Okay,
else?
now you can't give too
Okay.
much attention to
Okay.
one child. What about the other one? He
Okay.
counts
Okay.
too.
Okay. We took him, he decided to go to college in North Dakota of all places, and we were living in Washington, D.C. at that time, and we thought, gee, that's a long ways away. But that's where he wanted to go, and he got an academic and a athletic scholarship to go there.
Wait a minute, is this Ken or
This
Mark.
is Mark.
Mark?
This
This
Okay.
is Mark.
Ken is the oldest, Mark is the
Mhm.
oldest.
Yeah.
Mark is the youngest. And so when we dropped him off at college, we were both crying on the way out of town. And there was, what are we crying for? We're free! First time in our lives we can do whatever we want to do. So that didn't last too long, but he only got home like for Christmas because it's a long ways and it's expensive to fly home.
Oh, yeah.
So,
He's a doctor.
and
right?
he is now a doctor. He's a radiologist.
Ken went to Penn State.
Yeah.
And
That's an Ivy League or
no, Penn State
Penn
is
State.
not one of the Ivy Leagues.
Seems like it's renowned.
It's a good school, and it's a huge school. But he's done some very interesting things. He sold his first car he had to get money and hiked the entire length of the Grand Canyon, which
Spent a month in the Grand Canyon.
in Grand Canyon over. In fact, he was in the Grand Canyon when Mark got married and couldn't.
So he didn't go to Mark's
Oh
wedding.
my goodness.
But he, at that time, there were very few people who have ever hiked the length of the Grand Canyon. There's more now, and trails were not.
Well, they had to
marked.
have supplies dropped into them.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
But
not
at
an
least
easy.
the time, you can't carry that
Cats
much.
of supplies. Yeah.
It's not an easy thing, that's for
No.
sure.
Wow.
But we're talking about Mark now.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I just wanted to.
Okay, I know we forgot to say
Yeah.
that. But
Yeah. Well, you got two wonderful kids that are
We do.
very accomplished in
Yeah.
what they do.
Yeah.
And what about your grandkids? How many grandkids do you have?
3. We have 2 grandsons.
Mark
which
and Jill.
Mark and Jill. The oldest one is Matthew, and the youngest is Lucas. And Matthew is,
Married for a very short time.
yeah,
He's
Oh.
working now with a pool company.
yeah.
He's like an assistant manager and with a pool company. But he didn't go on to college.
Okay.
He tried it, and he's just probably not college material.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Not
Which
all of
is
us
fine-
are.
which
No.
is
Yeah,
fine
that's
with
right.
us.
Yeah.
That's right. And Lucas, were you going to ask about the other grandchildren? Lucas is at the University of Maryland.
He's
and
an accomplished jazz saxophonist.
Oh.
Plays gigs, I guess you'd call it professionally because he gets paid for them. But he can play by sight. He doesn't have to read music. He can look at it once. And
He actually makes up songs. I mean,
he has
That's
some
amazing.
jazz songs. He's I'm trying to remember. He's in third. He'll be in third year this year.
in college.
Oh, how interesting.
And he's very different. The grandchildren, we might mention that the 2 boys are adopted, but they were adopted as babies. We brought them home from the hospital.
And they know.
They know they're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
In fact, when Matthew was pretty young and they got Lucas at one point, Matthew didn't care much what Lucas was doing, and he says, "Why can't we just take him back?"
We'll get another one. We're just like, we could just get another one.
That's cute.
So,
Well, you guys were a big part of that when they brought him home, weren't you?
we were. We
We picked-
drove
we-
to Kansas and met them in Kansas because I guess we can say the name of the town.
In Great
In
Bend,
Great Bend, Kansas is where
we
Matthew was born.
we took him home with them.
Because Jill said she needed help. She didn't know how to take care of a baby,
Yeah.
even though she was
Even
a
though
nurse.
Yes,
But
she's
she
a
never-
registered nurse.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
she wanted us
She wanted
there.
to share in the fun.
Yeah, and for
So
a
we
long
spent-
time, we never went over 3 months without seeing Matthew or Lucas.
We went on trips with him because Mark traveled a lot in his job, and so
All
we
over
would
the
go
world.
along with them, and it would take the 4 of us to manage the 2 children.
Oh, yeah.
The other reason was Mark could not drive a stick shift car, and that's about all you could get in Europe.
Oh.
That's neat. Well, now you have another grandchild.
Yeah, we
We
have
do.
Sarah, who's Ken's daughter,
By his first marriage.
and sweet girl. She's come to see us every summer since, except a year ago she didn't come, but since she was, I think, 4 years old. And she started, I think, at 6 coming out herself, not without her.
But they would hire somebody from the airlines to be, to watch her.
Right? Yeah.
They do that.
Uh-huh. Well, how old are these kids now?
Okay. That's interesting.
Matthew's 23.
I think Matthew's 24 probably.
24
and Sarah's 23.
And Lucas is probably just 20.
Well, they're really close in age then. Yeah. Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, because we didn't think Ken would ever have children, and when he called and said that Bev was pregnant, we were very surprised.
Yeah.
Because they sounded like they weren't ever going to have children.
Yeah. Well, we're looking forward to that someday.
Such a precious child.
And the finest compliment I've ever received, Sarah was interested in the young man when she was like in 5th or 6th grade, 7th grade, something like that. And her friend asked her why she was interested in him, and she said, he reminds me of my grandpa. And this girl says, you're interested in somebody that reminds me of your grandpa? And she said, you don't know my grandpa.
He's a one of a kind, special guy, that's for sure. Well, that's wonderful. Well, when I think about your kids, I think that Mark looks a lot like you.
Yes.
Do you think Ken resembles you more so?
I think so. I think he resembles Phinney side.
The Phinney side.
The Phinney side.
He has my coloring for one thing.
Okay.
And he's a much bigger build than, well, of course, not that I'm big, but
different than Doug.
Yeah.
What about the jokey personality, or their personalities? Do they kind of resemble a little bit of both of you, or?
Oh, both of them have good
sense of humor.
Good sense of humor. Mark not only looks like me, I think he's. I've always been kind of an impatient guy. In fact, Sarah once, when she was like 6 years old, said, "Hold your patience, Grandpa." And Mark is not that way with his kids, but he likes to get things done. And I think he likes to be in charge, which
I think he loves
sort
to
of
be
do.
in charge. Because he now has his own, I guess you would call it his own business, and he's the head of the company that he's formed.
Well, he's head of a radiology group that's sponsored by one of the many societies of radiologists that pays all the bills. He teaches radiologists from all over the world come in for a 6-week course. It used to be part of the Department of Defense, but they abolished it there. And so
it's really nice to have a radiologist in the family, because whenever we have anything go wrong with our bodies, we send him the MRIs and get his opinion on it, and get opinions from the top people in Washington.
Yeah,
so
that is a perk.
Yeah.
And hasn't he written books or
yes,
something?
he's written a book.
So he's very accomplished too.
He's published.
Yeah. Boy, you guys are really driven. I mean, you went off to college, and that was kind of uncommon, and look at your kids, how far they went.
Well, Ken is to know Ken is to really like him. Everybody that he associated with just thinks he's the greatest guy, and he was an excellent parent. And he and his first wife were divorced, and they shared custody, and everything worked out fine with that. I mean, they didn't try to turn the child one way or the other. And that takes a pretty big person to do that, I think.
Yeah.
They had total shared custody, so each person would have Sarah for a month, and Ken took total care of her. I mean, he changed diapers, which Doug never changed a diaper. He did all the bathing. He bought clothes.
Wow.
He was a total parent.
Yes. Boy, not every guy does stuff like that. That's wonderful.
He cooked and
and he can do just about anything. I mean, he can fix just about anything.
Sarah says my daddy can do anything.
That's so cool. And you know what? I look at him on Facebook, and he scuba dives and does all these amazing things. So,
He jumped out of an airplane 2 weeks before his first marriage, and
Bev wasn't too thrilled about that.
His fiance was not too.
It's like, oh dear.
He only tried the skydiving once. He didn't really like it too much. It was too jarring on his knees, for one thing. He has bad knee. It's all wired together.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, both boys were injured in sports.
Of all things, in track. Jumping the broad jump.
Wow.
Mark has a plate in his arm from jumping the broad jump, and Ken has
his knee
the knee all wired together.
Oh my. That's
So
something.
Ken has some knee problems, but he still does the hiking and the climbing and all
Wow.
the things that he does.
That is something. Yeah, he climbs to the top of mountaintops.
Yep.
That looks pretty scary.
Yep,
Well, you have a very nice family. And you have a lot of good memories.
we do.
And where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Well, if we're still here on Earth,
How old will you be? We didn't say how old you are right now. You're 22 and 23. No, you're the same age. What's
I
the
know.
ages here?
No, actually, I married an older woman.
I knew that was coming.
She's 6 months older than I. But the interesting thing was when I got out of the army, I wasn't 21, and you could buy beer in the army. But when I got home, she had to buy it for me. So she was contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
Yeah, she went to
I think
jail.
from the moment we were married, I was contributing to the delinquency of mine.
Yeah. They say you should marry somebody younger because the men usually
Well, 6 months
check
isn't
out
a whole
early.
lot.
I know. I'm
It
teasing.
isn't going to make a whole
No,
lot of
it's-
difference, probably.
This is true. This
Well,
is
I
true.
don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you guys are. I think they're a wonderful couple.
Yes,
I
I
mean, a
do.
role model
Yeah.
for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And you
Try
know,
to be.
Greg and I graduated together, and you guys graduated together.
Oh.
And how
And
many
you
people
know-
were in your graduation? How many?
26, I think.
26.
Was there anybody else who married their classmate?
Yeah, Dave and
Dave and Donna Ray
Oh, they were classmates.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Hanson.
Yeah.
They were
Hanson,
classmates.
Uh-huh.
But I don't think anybody else.
Yeah.
married
Uh-huh.
They may have married somebody
in the next class.
Right,
up
that's
or-
pretty common.
Yeah,
Right.
but
Yeah.
not. Most of them married people that I don't think any of.
Of course, that's
all
still a
them.
pretty high percentage when you think 4 people out of 26.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And you guys are still having fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obvious
Dave, and
you guys
Dave
are
and
having
Donna,
fun.
I'm sure, would still be married,
Oh, yeah.
except that he passed away from cancer.
Yeah, right. So, did we say how old you were?
Not yet.
I'm 76, and you
I'm
were.
77, but he will be 77 in December.
Uh-huh. Well, you guys don't look like that age. You look like maybe early 50s.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, you're very kind.
Well, and you guys
I
can
wish my
dance
body
like
felt
crazy.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys do like to dance. I mean, we've been on the dance floor with you guys, and you outdid us a long time ago. So, must be.
Yeah, we used to travel with when we traveled with Mark and Jill and her sister, and then we found we needed to travel with younger people because we wore them out.
I believe it, don't you, Greg?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you traveled with 2 couples and you'd rotate with them.
You know, we did travel with Mark and Jill and that, and
A lot, yeah.
yeah. But with her sister and her husband, and remember in Hawaii we would drive them to the door of the
They
condo.
could hardly wait to get to bed.
And then we would walk in the parking lot.
That's crazy. Uh-huh.
Of course, we were quite a bit younger then, too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but they were still quite a
Even
bit
I
younger.
bet you could still do the same thing.
Yeah.
Probably.
Run circles around them.
Yeah.
Well, that's because we exercise a lot, and so when you exercise a lot, exercise gives you energy.
Stamina, yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
And you guys have such a good attitude about a lot of things. And that says a lot, too.
Yeah,
Your coping skills must be pretty good.
yeah, and we're
We've coped
pretty
with-
active
we've-
in our church. Joyce
Uh-huh.
has been in the nursery for umpteen years.
Yes. I've watched these little kids grow up and go to high school.
Oh, how fun.
Yeah.
That is fun. That is really cool. Well, thank you for this interview, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. We sure
We
have.
did.
Yeah, and you know what? The story continues.
Yeah.
We hope it continues for a long
Yeah.
time.
We'll be
Yeah.
back in 20 years and we'll see
Yeah.
what you've done since
Yeah.
then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Grandma, I'll get the rocking chair going for you. Remember Carol Burnett?
Yeah.
Can you
Get
imagine
started.
100 years? How many years you got till you get to be 100? Less than 25?
23.
23.
23? Yeah, it's amazing how 10 years can slip by.
I know. It just goes so
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but when we turned 30, we thought we were ancient, and now we're past that, way far past
A
that.
long ways past.
Yeah. So can you imagine yourself in 10 years? You'll be
No.
20 years. What will you look like?
When the quality of life is bad, if I'm not doing something, I just mentally I would
I've always-
have a difficult time.
I've always
Yeah.
told Doug this is kind of a joke with our friends that when I have to push his wheelchair down, I'm just going to start at the top of the hill and just let him go.
And we live at the top of the
Live at
hill,
the top of it.
and it would take me
And he's
right
gonna go
down
right
to Bear
to the
Creek.
Yeah.
Bye, sweetheart.
Yeah, see you later.
It's been fun.
Well, she did that in Venice. We were in Venice, and
Yeah, funny.
the water bus came, and I jumped off, and
The three of us stayed
the
on.
base stayed on, and they all said, "Arrivederci."
Nuts.
Oh.
Well, I think we did pretty good. Do
Yeah.
you guys have anything else you want to say?
I don't think so. I think we've pretty much covered.
No, we've been married 58 years.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I've been happily married 58 years. Joyce 29.
Was it that much?
Well, you put her on hold by going to Korea.
Put her on hold pregnant.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, this has been fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jane.
supported our time together, and the 70-some years we've known each other. So getting to make a brief history of our life.
Well, our children to enjoy, and we're not here anymore.